Namaskar, good morning, good day, Salam Alaikum, Vanakkam. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day, September 6, 2020, to talk to you about various issues in general, management, engineering, and all subjects related to civil engineering. You know that basically I am a civil engineer, but I am also a field engineer, I am also a design engineer, I am also an engineer to look after projects in its totality, and you may say I am indirectly a coordination engineer, an engineer to solve problems about various disciplines, interconnected disciplines, which is nowadays very important criteria for being a successful engineer. No engineer is complete without having interactive knowledges about subjects, about disciplines, interdisciplines. Something must be known. Something must be known about that. And this journal and COVID and FedEx, and materials and whatever is possible is required for everybody to master, to give complete answer. And if complete answer is not available, work cannot be completed. That's very much sure. And this fact is known to me not now, but since I started my career as a civil engineer, projects civil engineer, or you may say, in fact, civil engineer is life is different. It's not like other professionals. It's completely unknown life, means you do not know sometimes what type of projects you are going to have in your lifetime, and that's where something works out. So sometimes you have to meet circumstances, sometimes to agree with circumstances, sometimes you have to rule over circumstances, and sometimes you have to dictate. It depends upon what in what condition you have to work. Civil engineer is not supposed to work in developed area. That's actually clear. You cannot find civil engineer somebody that is civil engineer in some developed area. I think that's only for namesake, because when there's no development, what engineers shall do? Maybe they are in maintenance, or they are somewhere in government maintenance works, or somewhere which you cannot say that they are that type of civil engineers which people expect and which profession expects. And that's all I can say about this. So continuing about that, well, I thought a lot on my profession, what my profession is, what is that. I find ultimately that this is completely a different type of profession, absolutely unique profession, I can say. It's unique. It's unique in a sense, sorry. This profession is unique in a sense that it provides us a sense of, unique working. Yes. Unique working. You will not find that unique working elsewhere in other professions, because you have to start from scratch. Everything has to start from scratch, or you can say from dirty plot. When you have to say you have to convert a plot into a building, or you convert a corridor, unknown corridor, into railway corridor, road corridor, or you have to create canals, or whatever. I mean to say, plant, you have to do planting. The plant is not actually only for civil engineer, but start is always from civil engineering. Now this COVID-19, great, I should say every day I like to have few words on that, because every day it is teaching us. COVID-19 is announces every day. It announces something which we must learn, we must appreciate every day its announcement. Now, I take my country, I consider it Bharat, India, which has crossed 4 millions. Yesterday it was 40.24 lakhs, that is 4.25 approximately, 4.25 million. 4.25 million, or you can say 0.42 crore. This means we are going into a COVID state. I am sure that we shall be number one in infections one day. This is not this is not speculation now. This is going to be a fact. In January, 500 less than 500 infections were recorded. In March, I think, March 2020, and now it is September start 2020. So you guys, it is a period of 5 months: April, May, June, July, August, September. Now 5 months, we got 4 millions. This means 8 lakhs per month. 0.8 million per month. Though it's not big in compared to population of this country. On yesterday, yes, it was 5th, yes, September 5th, 2020. We got information that 86,000, more than 86,000, 86,400 something cases were reported. Miraculous or not miraculous, you see, means we are going to that state where about 100,000 per day minimum we shall have, and maybe more. So we should worry, or we should jump or dance, I don't know. But I'm not finding as many cases are being reported. People are getting less and less serious, unfortunately. People are getting more and more worryless about COVID. And that's where danger lies, People generally say, oh, this is nothing, You see, corona is nothing. And there's another misconception spread in world that, oh, this is not deadly virus, so don't worry. All people have come back who were patients, and they are now okay. Deaths are very little. Means this is another miscreation by these people. Just for their own credit, they misinform public. They do not tell facts to public that no one has recovered, just discharged. There is no claim on those reports where recovery is indicated. It's just the right discharge. Now discharge means what? Discharge fully recovered, or discharge after just strengthening immunity? That point lies therein. So it's just political bias, you can say. It's not medical bias. They simply say that deaths are very low. Here point is not of deaths, point of infection. You see, death can come anytime. That's not an issue here. Issue is why infection. That question must be answered. Why it's happening? It's happening because of unknown, but it is happening. Our scientists of world failed, and I can't say exactly failed means they are not sure about this. I think still science is incomplete to this extent, I can say. It's incomplete means the studies have not been done thoroughly, and there is some lacuna from way of practical point of view. They are not sure means either they are not clear about this issue, or they don't have adequate knowledge. You may say either. They may be scientists, they may be doctorates, postdoctorates, but that doesn't mean that you know everything. That's also true. You can take America case, it's more than 6 million and about 180,000 already lost, 86,000 already lost, 186,000 already lost. There's a production of about 2 lakhs or 200,000 deaths. Now there is another production from USA that by January total deaths shall be 4.1. You can say 4.1 lakhs. 400,000 deaths are expected till January 2021. So production is now doubled from 2,000 to 200,000 to 400,000. So this means what I should say, we cannot predict our deaths. Already it's around 70,000 we have. So our death shall go same way, keeping about 1 to 2%. If we are say 1 crore infected, definitely we shall have 100,000 deaths. And if we say 2 crore infected, and I'm just sure that there are at least 8 crore infections now in our country. According to our reports, this is 8.4, 8.5% of those being tested are positive. 8.5% means we test all 100 crores. It's not feasible. But let us assume each crore is all 100 crores are tested. This means 8 crore people, 8 crore citizens or residents are certainly infected. And when 8 crore means if you take 1.5% death, so you can say 12 lakhs. If you take 1% is 8 lakhs. And so we may expect 12 lakhs deaths in that case. So this is very big question. You may not believe it at this moment because this is, you think, imaginative, speculative, but fact is calculative it is, and something if calculated cannot be challenged until the calculation is erroneous. And we are just depending on statistics being provided by government through their website. And maybe people do not understand mathematics very well, but fact remains that we are living in very bad attack by COVID, and people rather being serious, they are they least bother about this. And there's one ego in our society that why use mask means. It's really foolishness, I say. If this is made of ego, why use mask means, I don't know, this rigid behavior of people, by people, that why I use mask means you have to explain to them why you use mask. My question is, why do you use your shirt? Why do you use your pant? Why do you use your banyan? Why do you use a suit? Why do you use your sari? Don't use them. For what you use them? Means it is no question of argument. First benefit is by using mask that you will avoid pollution entry into your body. That's also one point. Forget COVID-19 if you use mask. Now I realize value of burqa, bahurkha, what I call not burqa, bahurkha, means where pride is kept in and just clothing is. So I think that is scientific. It doesn't relate to Islam, but it is scientific. Burqa or ghungat, wizard. So I think that is scientific. At least it prevents dust particles to go into your nose. It prevents them from that, and this moisture or chemicals from air entering your body, it strikes them. So if you say you wear this, you prevent it automatically. So what's problem with mask? I don't understand. Means it is very difficult sometimes to tackle those who are not very well educated academically. They may be educated work-wise, they may be educated in their occupation, but in general they need some information. And it's unfortunate that we have failed, the state has failed to provide that information to public. That's, you can say, inefficiency of our state. Whoever we are, it doesn't matter. Inefficiency of providing information, because if people are given correct information, they may follow 50%, but now they have no information. Some even don't know what is happening, don't know at all. And science is moving very fast on research, I know, and they are giving many reports every day. But this is not reaching people. The reports are coming from our country, I can now, but from UK, from USA, from Far East, from Europe, many reports do come in. But our people they only watch television which doesn't show anything about, doesn't relay anything about COVID, because they are government oriented televisions virtually. They are government owned virtually, not exactly, but indirectly. All television channels except few are government mandated. What government says, this channel, oh, they never talk of real problems. But my question is about COVID. COVID is more than everything, but people are suffering. Even after suffering, they say this is nothing now. Means sometimes, ignorance is very dangerous. Ignorance is very dangerous, and knowingly doing something, it should not be done. It's our habit. When we are in problem, we cry. Now we have precautionary measures. We do not want to accept them, and that's where point lies in, that we should be very clear that life cannot move like that, and we have to be very much clear about that. COVID is friend of none, but it's a power. It's power much more dangerous power than enemies. Enemies can be seen. We know who is enemy, but we do not know COVID. It's like a ghost. Ghost, we say it is a ghost who is unknown, but ghost shall act against you. Evil shall act against you. We neither know that evil, and we shall never know it. So what should be said? Then only point is, precaution is always better. Prevention is always better. I can only request people, not only our country people, all world people, to just think of that. COVID is something that you never experienced before. Therefore, you do not know what it is. So you can not expect what it shall do. But it is doing very efficiently every day, all over the world. And now, what is solution? Only solution is stop its effects. Just like use umbrella in rain, or you use your overcoat in winter. Same thing. Have protection from this. Hospitals are not available. Doctors are not available for everybody, and everybody is not rich for private treatment, because these are very expensive, and you can't expect any help from government, because government does not exist as far as effect of COVID-19 is concerned. And particular our government, it does not exist, not working on it, just giving information that this is statistics, and not more than that it has done anything. No credit goes to government of this country. As well as there are many other countries, being the citizen of this world, I can say credits do not go to many countries. Like no credit goes to USA, no credit goes to UK, that those governments did something. Those are silent governments, just speaking governments, just like our government, talking government. So COVID has exposed governments. This is very big achievement. Who works and who doesn't work, COVID has told world. This is what COVID wanted. By this action of COVID-19, it has taught public who is for you and who is not for you. Today I can clearly say, as citizen of this country, that my government is not mine. Public government is not public. It's public only, that's its own government as far as COVID is concerned, and its consequences or economy is concerned. We do not expect anything government do favorable for public, because exists no government virtually. People exist, ministers exist, prime minister exists, president exists, but government does not exist. Just like building of Supreme Court exists, but courts functioning to requirement doesn't exist. That's what I say. So COVID-19, it's a warning and a fact. Be clear about your role on the earth, or else you know what I am. So I understood COVID that much, because if America like country failed, means there is no one who is prepared for this. Our people are little better in their resistance, in their immunity, because they are half for 60-70% 80% you can say are hard class people. They work hard in fields, in farms, in industries, so and they are better in resistance to COVID impact, but there is a limit to that also. It means if you have resistance immunity in your body, but you do not care about this, I think there's nothing wrong if you care about that. And if you care, you can do better than it's happened. 4 lakh, 40 lakh is not small considering time now. But this is not final, it is going on increasing. So I should say, better think of yourself and think of others. No question of personality clash or that I don't use what you want to do. I am not going to do anything. Nobody is going to do anything. You are going to do something bad for this nation, something bad for your people, your family, your neighbor, your neighborhood. That's all I can say. I have nothing against you because I am like you. I'm not something very special, big or small. I'm an ordinary citizen. I'm just thinking about this and I usually write, but I think writing also is not complete answer. People should read first, they don't read. So this I can consider as a part of engineering also. As the information engineering that we are getting every day, and it's first time in life of all that this has happened. Where it come, how it happened, that's another issue. The issue is that it's affected whole world. That's main point. Now it's God's act or not God's act, that only those people can decide. After all, my decision is, my consideration is that this is happening against society of world, and society has its own role and they have to handle this. And it has changed nature of society, it has changed conduct of society. That's where we have to think. It's engineering, I say, another kind of engineering where we have to learn, how to receive someone whom we do not know, and who we do not know, and we cannot know actually. So I have only to say that Bharat people, it's no good time for you, and now it's beyond control, I can say, beyond control. Yes, that's fact. It's now beyond control because wherever it has to go, it has gone, and no one can stop from further explosion. It's going to be explosive because government has no access to stop it. Government has no strength to stop it. So it's only people, but people are not very serious, and that's another problem. That if we are not serious, we shall create problems for ourselves. I would say all, it's not simply one class of people, all are responsible and must take care. Now not much to talk about COVID because there is no more information except that all words worried about this, and it's coming again and again and again, and it's not going away. I think it's also playing with people, their sentiments, their minds, and it's telling them, you are very small people, you have nothing in your mind, so do not act excessively, and I am going to teach you a very good lesson, and that lesson is change your conduct, or I am here to change you. That's what it's saying. So let's go back to our engineering world, that civil engineering world from which I feel I belong to, and that belonging is good for me because I'm interested in real development. I'm interested in this service to nation and to your universe, world. I consider civil engineer means engineer for world. It's not for your country alone. Civil engineering applies to people of world, developed world, and civil engineering itself is great field of service. It's kind of service that no one else can provide. You cannot measure this service to what remuneration you are getting or what profits you are getting. Civil engineering is not profitable engineering. It's engineering to help us to survive. People who are there should have better life of living, standards of living, rather than living like ape. Ape was there and engineering was not there, but natural engineering was there. Nature never stops its engineering. It always does it. It never stops. That's beauty of nature, and that's beauty of nature means this is beauty of engineering, because engineering and nature are interconnected. That fact we know very well. Environment is connected, skies is connected, earth is connected, and everybody is connected. The engineering field itself is human field, where humanity is involved indirectly. We don't know, but our client, and it happens that we serve that client indirectly, in a way that the client doesn't know work is done for them, and who does, how many hands are involved. You see, in engineering, civil engineering, you can say thousands and thousands of hands are involved on production, on project. And project means your life. You have many projects in life, and those projects are all strong. Only point is that if we deliver them with quality and with complete safety, I think that's best contribution to profession, in whatever capacity we work, in whatever capacity. We cannot forget engineering, and engineering is used same way. Yes, role is different, subjects are different, and sub-disciplines may be different, but ultimate it is, it has something to be delivered to public, to society for its use. It may be directly delivered or indirectly, but ultimately it's for public service. It's for generally civil engineer means structure. Civil means exclusively structures, whether you design or you execute. A structural combination is civil engineering. A structural chain is civil engineering. At whatever way means, without structure, without mathematics, there is no subject in civil engineering where maths is not involved, or where thoughts are not involved. There is no subject. You can name any subject in engineering subject that does not involve its role, its calculative role in life. There were so many topics, so many subjects that have come in. There were nothing at time in 80s or 90s, or those we call millennial period. Now there are so many divisions engineering has seen, so many specializations it has seen, but that's only when everything is constant, everything is normal, nothing abnormal. But remember, engineering can never be normal; it's always abnormal. Engineering is only discipline, is only branch or science, you can say, where considerations are made, assumptions are made, and those assumptions are made, and then we prove them. That's another point. Means you have to prove, you have to establish what we assume is right, is logical, and you can say that even if you do not directly notice the mathematics is working there, but it works there. So mathematics is you can say power of engineering, and drawing is language of engineer. Without drawing, engineering does not exist, and without power, life doesn't exist. So we have to be very clear in what we think, what we talk. When I say thinking is only thing, that I mean to say a different word. When I say thinking in last resort, what does it mean? Thinking in last resort means there is no way out. If you are in a problem, you have to either you think problems will solve itself, you provide an opportunity to problem, but problem does not solve it. So you have to take stern action like that, and that's why that means you have to be very serious to handle that, and if required, you can replace that. That's also possible. So when I say engineering is something very, very variedly defined. It's not confined to one definition. It depends to variations of definitions. Means every time I say think is engineering and delivery is engineering. Think and deliver. There's only formula for engineering, and in between these two titles or stages, means think and deliver. There's a lot in there's lot in into that, which is a very extensive, that if you study that in 5 years, you cannot pass engineering course, but you will learn a lot what happens in engineering, because engineering, civil engineering particularly, I am very much interested in, because it's basics of engineering, where raw materials are used, natural materials are used, and where no ready-made item is available. Everything you have to do means you have to do. You or your industries, whoever, the block factory or brick kiln or whatever production comes in onto you, and that's engineering. Engineering is in stages and it's in secrecy. If you understand that point, you can change your conduct. That's very important. You can change your conduct. Nobody can fight with you then. But it doesn't happen. Depending on requirements, you have to enter somebody and talk to that body and then do something for that body. But that chance, this COVID is not giving. Engineering is a profession where, commitment is very important, because if you do not commit to deliver, you cannot start anything. Starting professional delivery means you must be professional. And if you are not professional and not even rational, you have no right to be in civil engineering before you know that how work is conducted. And once you realize that work is conducted, so how that should work be conducted, that's point of view to think about. And here's what say. When I say thinking, means it's not simple thinking, it means real thinking, serious thinking, chain of thinking. I mean, so when I think, I don't think on single assumption. I have to think on combination, on accumulation of those assumptions. Means, why should I assume? I assume only because formula requires some data to be there. Only then that book can work or that software can work. So that is relative indication. If I say for anything, thought or think, or do everything, that's what's required. See, based on my experience and based on my educational qualification, like everybody else, I have some freedom to write, freedom to speak, and I do that only. Household items, I don't believe in that much. I believe in these items which are public spiritual items, where public uses the item for their benefit, for our benefit. So I should still say that if you are a civil engineer, you evaluate yourself first. Are you really civil engineer, or are you just an employee of some organization? There's a little difference, because when you are in projects or you are somewhere in such a position that responsibility lies on you, it goes on to with your working. That's very important point I see. It means where responsibility lies, only then you can say you are responsible. Without responsibility and accountability, you can't be responsible. But on top of that, again I say, engineering comes in. Engineering is a very pure subject. Means pure in the sense that you have to think for that only. Otherwise, like a pigeon that shall run away or fly away. So, engineering involving many subjects, which are common to all some years, and then it goes on to changes, and you can see like specialization, because already you learned that in your college, specialization and other items. And these are all okay. You can see that, you can use it. When I say it harshly, also means harshly that This is the engineering. I am very much concerned about quality in engineering. I am very much concerned about safety and about contracts. Contracts, either do not use contracts or respect contracts. Contractor is not treated well sometimes, and that in retaliation do something wrong. You may define your engineering your way, but ultimately you will use same, just changing some words and figures. We talk on same language. That can be done only in engineering. Engineering varies from one role to other role, one point to other point. That's the beauty of engineering. Engineering makes a city from desert or from a boat. It takes, of course, some time. Cannot be done in one day. If education takes 2 years, it's similar. When I say similar means engineering is engineering. To result, to do, use of natural authorities, natural titles, and what you say, Mughal system, which was understood. How many of you can define engineering? I wait for the answer. Engineering is not syllabus alone. Engineering is a feeling that you have to change your body system. You have to change your soul in sense, purify it, further it, strengthen it, and every day let past one go to physical. Every day happens. Now let's move on to our discussion of quality and soil and how to work. I said yesterday about various sketches, how alignments are taken, alignments and layouts. Simple layouts is not adequate. Layout, really working layout, where your extension is off your gut and your resistors are also not very sincere. Life is not normal, so is engineering. Engineering is never constant, it always changes. Excessive use of mind, overuse of mind, never spoils mind. No use of mind is dangerous. You may be sleeping while I am laughing. Right? Yes, you are right. You are right. Engineers are right. No book shall teach you what is that. I have not seen any definition of engineering, not ever. Only subjects start teaching and nobody explain where are we going to be. They think we know that, and that's a plus point, but we know what? Do we know change? Sometimes changes are considered in a positive way. Sometimes they are considered in a negative way. Is there a time when we kiss and yeah, this is change because of this engineer, this helpful, what is change? Okay, let's talk on converting a land to building. What we do, you know very well. There was a time when natural living was done by people without any technology. And they used to say, as much as you go down, you'll go up. This was, assumption by common public. Means in more depth foundation means you are going to have more structure on top of it. Means without any analytics, just they have to say something. Without knowing what they are saying, they have to say something. But engineering is a system. It's science now. It's established science, and whatever knowledge it has, it's moving with that. And it cannot stop. But we can stop. We are made of science. We know science and engineering. We shall be stopped only by our own death or by these people who are acting dishonestly in this world. Engineering is right approach actually to change. When we say change, this means somewhere engineering is involved. There were only sometimes stones used everywhere. That was stone engineering. Then this was replaced by bricks. So you can say used to call brick buildings or stone buildings before that. And then it changed to concrete buildings, RCC, still concrete, but simultaneously other factors also work, like use of various materials that are not environment proof, but use those materials which we take direct application, manufacture units to get and transfer to site of placement, landscape or no landscape, that shall be required whenever you go there and work. So I'm just trying to tell, engineering is something that we cannot handle uniquely. It's from technology to technology, which formula we adopt, which science we adopt, what method we adopt to understand and do something. Understanding is first point, and if we cannot understand it, we cannot design it also. Design does not mean structural design. Design means design of everything. We do not want to be bound by someone that you have to follow my software and do this. No, we can customize our formula, no problem with us. And I have been using that. I'm not leaving the expenses to bank only. I have to take interest in that. If not daily, at least once a week or twice a week. We have to spend our time, and then you spend your time in engineering, you learn more and more. This is beauty of engineering. As you learn more and more, you find very less attractive materials because you got that much material knowledge, you don't care for that. And that's good state of engineering. Even though you are too busy, but you have time to talk, to write, and that's very, very appreciable state that you belong to. But you do not want to know that. Constitution book is there. It's just a question of first page you open and say. That too you do not know to do. You know, you have oil, you have. So I will not waste your time on explanation of engineering because you know that. Maybe you do not know, you do not appear in examination for those questions. But it doesn't mean that you should not know it. You have to develop yourself by educational process, not by sitting in temple or mosque. You pray and God shall come to you. You have to accept facts. If they are coming, people are coming to start work. Engineering seminars are being conducted these days, webinars. Many people sit down in that, and I think when they speak, half time they take only speaking about seminar, webinar, and remaining half or more than half they take about talking in relation to adaptive subjects. So what I should say, engineering is your baby, is your responsibility as an engineer, and as you are paid for that service, you have to be vigilant about that. Vigilant in a sense, you have to be present whenever important activities moves on or starts. I was talking to you about soil, I was talking to you about engineering materials, I was talking to you about what is this engineering. For some would say you have passed and you are engineer. That's true, you have passed your engineer. But are you public engineer? That's the point in that case. If you have to public engineer, yeah, you have to do something. Now I say engineering explanation is everyday's part. Now we have to move on this, I think. As I said yesterday, showed you some sketches of shutters, how we do. That's very important point. We just said that we should do like this. But what is the state of crops? That is very important. What stop us thinking for us? I sometimes laugh on some people who do not value engineering. I don't know why they don't value engineering, because they take only from money point of view. They forget that in this state or in this building or this road where you are staying in is all from those people who may not like. No engineer shall like that. You should not do better work. No one would like to accept that. It's only client that does not want good work. I can say. Reason only known to client, not to me. Maybe just coming and going in such a way that I don't know, sit. Such conduct, people virtually do it. Materials in engineering is life of engineers. If materials are not included wherever required, the right spirit, and it's used as used, people use it without any established rule. When I say engineering, construction, civil engineering construction, we start thinking of material. Material we start thinking of, and we start thinking of how to use it, how to take into design. It's not simply because I have seen I use it. Even in designs you should take it positively. What's benefit in that? Otherwise, why to use that? So materials have developed now. It's not simple masonry world, stone masonry or brick masonry. Now it is concrete world. Concrete is like heart of projects. It's like it makes. It's not that it releases life in life, carbon dioxide or how it runs away from that. That's okay, that's one point. We have plenty of materials used in engineering. You know, I will explain to you everything you know, but we want quality. Quality we should define first. What is quality? Should we start quality from inception, or we should just doing prosecution involved with quality? That's where I think is main point. The requirement is engineering. You have to meet requirement of your daily function. Why should I depend if somebody wants to cut your tongue? Or like that. That's not engineering. Means you do it first, if you can. I know that development projects are very expensive, very money-wise and material-wise. Expensive in every sense. We say, that concrete concrete blocks and soil are very important materials because these are basic additions. So engineering is not for everybody to study. It's only for those who are intellectuals or who can be intellectuals. Everybody going to engineering shall not solve any problem, or it will accumulate problem. If you want to solve problem, you have to allow only those people who have some input of engineering. We used to talk to you about soil, about various sketches of books, and about many other files that I expect you should be through that. If you take ourselves for meeting requirement, and if there is a problem, stopping work. It looks nice, it doesn't look nice. Your action should continue. You should not stop, because people shall stop. If you are stopped demanding money, if people give you money, but that place is worth it. Nothing. Materials in engineering are very important. Materials. And then drawings are important. Both are important. Without drawings, you cannot do engineering, and without knowledge of engineering, you cannot do drawings. It's not that designs will tell you to draw. It's your mindset. It's your requirement. What requirement is there? And what is relevant laws on that. You have to see both. Only then you can do something. The requirements are never clear. If you ask if you ask owner of someone, owner of that building or structure, what's your wishes to see, how do you want to use this proposed building, they would say you many answers they will give, but they won't be able to explain one of them. That's beauty of ownership. In this country where people do not care about anything, you think, shall they care about structure? They cannot care about structure because in their bloods structure has a right position, not your some other word. When I say about soil, which is very less respectable in public life, soil, they say they don't value that because they do not know about that. Every day we talk of soil because soil is very important part of life. If there is no soil, means we can't access. Where will access the surface soil? Internal is soil. Everywhere is soil, and we have to accommodate ourselves in that scenario. I think the problem is correct. Engineering subjects, just like mathematics, both mathematics we have to study, both means integral calculus and other one differential. Both are having their limitations and applications. When we study construction and surveying and foundations, surveying is very important part. It's not question of accuracy, no, accuracy has to be. But this is part of it. We have to look at all this. Engineering is root of life. Engineering is root of life. Social engineering, agriculture engineering, or of course formal engineering study. We respect that, and that must be. We always say shear force, shear strength of soil. We studied yesterday shear strength, how it is defined. And we did that up to you can say that was pore pressure measurement. And there is now a process of that as well, which we talked yesterday, but tomorrow we'll discuss the procedure and this procedure of testing and this testing about pore pressure measurement in this. I'll just read it for our own study. That what is procedure of testing in this sample? That was what you see is hard, okay. If you know the 80% humidity, so even if I put fan off, I need it. Let's put it on again. See, my legs are now cool because fan is on. Otherwise they are sweating. Now it is now you can say procedure I'm reading. That is procedure for testing. Undisturbed or remolded soil samples of 38 mm diameter and 70 mm height may be prepared as case may be, as case be. Samples can be taken out by means of extruder having 38 mm. In extruder may be tool, this is you know, having 38 internal, 38 internal, 38 internal and internal diameter, and these cohesive soil samples can be taken out by extruder, but in order to make sand specimen for use in triaxial test, it's necessary to use former. It will maintain required shape until stress of sufficient magnitude to make sand make sand cylinder self-supporting and supplied. A farmer consists of a split mold. Says a farmer consists of a split mold of 38.6 internal diameter, which encloses of a split mold of 38.6 internal diameter, which encloses rubber membrane. This is clamped to base of soil, base of cell. A sufficient sand spot to fill farmer after surface of sample has been leveled. Loading cap is lowered into position. There is small negative pressure. The small negative pressure is applied to give the sample rigidity by applying strong suction. By suction, the split may be then removed. The split may be then removed when in lateral fluid pressure has been applied in triaxial, so vacuum is released and sand cylinder gains liability stability. Soil samples should be enclosed by means of rubber membrane. Fitting of rubber membrane can be done by membrane stretcher. Membrane stretcher is a metallic tube of 90 mm high and 45 centimeter internal diameter. Internal diameter. This is a nozzle. There's a nozzle fitted in membrane. No membrane stretcher for forgetting section. Now soil split after surface of sample has been leveled or loading cap is lowered into position, then small negative pressure is applied to give sample rigidity by applying suction. Split mold is then removed when a lateral fluid pressure has been applied in triaxial cell. Then vacuum is released and sand cylinder gains stability. So I say already, ultimately, when we conduct this experiment, means this is a test procedure, a very long one. What's the purpose of that actually is that we have to see. Means purpose is here we get in calculations, normal stress calculated after knowing area. Area can be calculated in the following way. So it gives us, you can say, Say soil samples should be enclosed by means of a rubber membrane. Fitting of rubber membrane can be done by a membrane stretcher. Membrane stretcher is a metallic tube that is a 90 mm in 45 mm internal diameter, and there's a nozzle fitted nozzle fitted in membrane stretcher for creating suction. Rubber membrane is placed in membrane stretcher and suction is applied to space between membrane and tube, which can be done either by means of vacuum pump or by means of mouth. This allows membrane to expand, and then soil sample can be slipped into it without touching it. After release of suction, membrane contacts to sample, porous plate or solid plate, is fitted as case may be in bottom portion. On top portion of sample, loading cap is placed. Whole thing is kept in position by two rubber O-rings. Now triaxial call place triaxial cell in loading frame, and oil is now be fitted with water. Raise water pressure to required value, and pressure must be kept constant till end of test. Adjust loading platform to bring ram close to loading cap. With ram about 6 mm above sample, motor drive is started and dial gauge on rolling ring B is set to 0. Strain dial gauge is also set to 0. By adjusting movable arm on pillars, and test can be started. Axial loading is done at a constant rate of strain, which is approximately 1.25 mm per minute. Different rate of strains can be chosen for different type of testing. Record value of deviation at value of deviation, stress on dial gauge of proving ring, and reading of strain dial gauge. Vertical stress applied by loading frame through proving ring equal to delta 1 minus delta 3. Principal stress difference, that is delta 1 minus delta 3, is called deviator stress. Continue test until deviator stress becomes constant or begins to fall, indicating that failure has happened. Now repeat this test at least 2 more identical specimens with increasing interlateral pressure. Calculations. Normal stress calculated after moving area area can be calculated in following ways. That is E epsilon, epsilon is axial strain, and that is equal to delta L over L naught. Delta L is change in length of sample, and LA is lateral length of sample. Alright, now let's move to calculations. As I said, change in length over LO. LO is initial length of sample, and delta L change in length. So actual strain is here epsilon is equal to change in length over original length. Let average cross section A, and A is equal to log AO, initial cross sectional AO over 1 minus epsilon. Initial cross sectional area of sample over its applied stress. We now understand about this method, right? Now it says that let average cross section area is equal to A. So A is equal to A naught over 1 minus epsilon. A naught is equal to initial core minus sectional area of sample. So it's a total applied load over area. Now if measurement of pore pressure is desired, then experiment should be performed with pore pressure measuring arrangement for accurate stress calculation. And let A naught denote initial area. Alright, now let's say that a measurement of pore pressure is desired, experiment should be performed with pore pressure. So we have to move further. That is, if total, we have gone this applied stress, we got it. If measurement of pore pressure is desired, then can say experimental experiment should be performed with pore pressure measuring arrangements. This message is, I'm very fed up with this message. यार क्यों भेजते हैं ये? How are you, dear sir? what are you doing this time, very good morning, या क्या लिखते रहते हैं, यही काम है लोगों को। क्या करोगे Thanks. Okay. So experiment should be performed with pore pressure measuring arrangement. For accurate stress calculation, area correction must be based on actual volume of each stage of test. Now let A be average cross-sectional area after change delta L length and delta V in volume. This delta is indicator of change. So A into L naught plus A out, I say A into L naught plus A out is equal to V naught plus delta V. That's what it says, that A into L naught plus, ये क्यों प्रेस का यार, मैं क्या करूँ लोगों को बताइए, unnecessary कमी तो no, A is equal to, this is A is equal to A into L naught plus delta L is equal to V naught plus delta V, V naught plus delta V, and that's it. It's gone. Let it go. No problem. And A is equal to, because A is equal to 1 plus delta V over V naught, 1 plus delta L over L naught. V naught over L naught, can say. So as axial strain, E is equal to epsilon equal to, can say, epsilon equal to delta L over L naught, and A naught equal to V naught over L naught. Hence A is equal to A naught into 1 plus delta V over V naught, or 1 minus epsilon. Now this is all formula. You should know that this formula is there, and you know this formula is there. You tried, you can see from your books also, there's nothing new in this. So my question is not that. It's all you got through this. Try Excel test. Now we got further in this Mohs circle of stresses. Mohs circles of stresses. Value of cohesion and angle of internal friction can be found after drawing Mohs circle of stresses. Minor principal X stress as delta 3 is equal to horizontal water pressure. Minor principal stress delta 3 is equal to horizontal water pressure. Deviator stress is equal to additional axial load divided by corrected area. Sum of deviator stress and delta 3 gives major principal stress delta 1. From 3 experiments performed on triaxial apparatus, 3 values of delta 1 and delta 3 can be found. 3 circles can be drawn as shown. Common tangent AB, passing over all 3 circles may be drawn. Intercept gives value of cohesion and inclination of line given. Value of internal friction. Say delta 1, delta 3 and AB, and that's phi. It says that three values of delta and delta can be found. 3 circles can be drawn. Common tangent AB passing over or break surface may be wrong. Intercept gives value of cohesion. And inclination of line gives value of angle of interreflection. Now types of failure. Failure of soil sample in triaxial test may be in number of different ways. Plastic is semi-plastic and this is brittle. Let's see diagrams here. Now, number one is, this is plastic. As I showed plastic, seen that failure of sample has taken place on diagonal lines. Failure of sample has affected on diagonal planes. This is called brittle failure and is generally obtained in sand type of soils. That is, failure of sample has taken effect on diagonal planes. It's called brittle failure and is generally obtained in sand types of soil. And other one shows a semi-plastic failure in which there are number of failure planes. In plastic failure, semi-plastic failure in which there are number of failure planes. In plastic failure, soil is, soil sample bulges and ultimately fails by sliding onto numerous planes. Soft plastic clays fails and bulges when soil sample fails in such a way that shear plane can be identified, angle which it makes with horizontal should be measured and compared with angle between failure planes and maximum principal planes on Morse diagram as checked. You can see on left side is plastic failure, in middle is semi-plastic failure, and on right side is brittle failure. Middle is semi-plastic, right is brittle, and left is plastic failure. Now there is original sample, and this is ideal failure, and this is thick shear jaw, and this is thin shear jaw, and this is shear jaw from direct shear. Advantages of triaxial test over direct shear test. Advantages of triaxial test over direct shear test. Progressive effects are smaller in triaxial test as compared to direct shear. Other one is precise measurement of volume changes and pore pressure can be done. And then state of stress is known at all stages during triaxial test, whereas only stress at failure are known in direct shear test. Failure plane is not predetermined. Triaxial machine is more adaptable to special requirements, and then unconfined comparison test. So let's read one by one and see what it says. It's very important to understand. Let me take some water also. Now, progressive effects are smaller in triaxial test as compared to direct shear. If sample fails under a pressure system, which gives a non-uniform distribution of stress on failure surface, then whole length of sample is not mobilized simultaneously for resistance to failure. In such cases, actually sample fails progressively in a similar way like tearing of a piece of paper. What I say, progressive effects are smaller in triaxial test as compared to direct shear. It says if a sample fails under a pressure system which gives a non-uniform distribution of stress on failure surface, then whole length of sample is not mobilized simultaneously for resistance to failure. In such cases, actually sample fails progressively in a similar way like tearing of a piece of paper. Now there's a original show. There's a sample shown figure and a direct shear test shear box before start of shear, and another one is ideal failure condition if strains are uniform. In actual practice, failed surfaces are as shown. Now there is a sketch shown here which shows a dead zone from top and bottom and shows element is showing large strain and one side is element showing small strain. Then this figure is ideal failure condition, and you can say if strains are uniform and for thick and shear zone of a direct shear. Okay, then you can say this, you can see the sketch here. Not only that, you can see all these sketches here. You said all these are here sketches, and this is that one. We'll talk about all these. So in this, if you say original sample, ideal failure, thick shear shown, and in shear zones and shear zones from direct shear. Now, distribution of strains and hence stresses is more nearly uniform in triaxial tests, but it's also not ideal. Now, this figure shows that cross section of a loaded traction sample. At bottom of sample, there are dead zones because of the restraints furnished by caps. Sorry. Central zone undergoes considerably larger restraints than edges. From point of view of stress distribution, triaxial test is superior to direct shear stress. Okay. So I should say distribution of strains and hence stresses is more nearly uniform in triaxial test, but it's also not very good. You can say it's not very not ideal cross section of loaded triaxial sample. Top, bottom, as I said before, sample, there are dead zones because of strains furnished by caps. Central zone undergoes considerably larger strains than edge from point of view of stress distribution. Triaxial test is superior to direct shear test. Precise measurement of volume changes and poor pressure can be done. Volume change which occurs in soil during shear can be measured in direct shear test by measuring changes in thickness of sample. But this measurement is only approximation of volume changes because area of shear surface varies. Precise measurement of volume changes for pressure, etc. are not done in test. State of stress is known as all stages during triaxial test, whereas only stress at failure are known in direct shear test. It's time. It's 4:30. Still time. So I say state of stress is known at all stages during trial test, whereas only stresses at failure are known in direct shear test. In direct shear test, complete state of stress of all plants within soil can be statically determined only at failure. In case of triaxial test, complete stress diagram is always statically determined because Mohr's diagram can be drawn for any stage of test. we can say that in direct shear test, the complete state of stress on all planes within soil can be statically determined only at failure. In case of triaxial test, complete stress system is always statically determined because Mohr's diagram can be drawn for whatever stage of test. Well, let's go this testing, and testing is a very important one. Now failure planes is not predetermined. In case of direct shear test, failure plane is horizontal and predetermined. In case of triaxial test, sample is free to fall, free to fail in whatever plane which will be weakest one. In triaxial compression, so it's that. So when you go to failure plane is not predetermined. Triaxial machine is more adaptable to spatial requirements. Triaxial machine sample can be filled in any way. Geothinage can be completely prevented. Boundary stress can be allowed to testing. Unconfined compression test. Unconfined compression test measures the compressive strength of soil cylinder to which no lateral pressure has been applied. Thus unconfined compressive tension is a special case of triaxial test compression test in which delta 2 is equal to delta 3 minus 2 is equal to 0. In this test, only axial pressure is applied and confining pressure is absent. Shear strength of soil is taken as equal to half compressive strength of cohesive soil. Advantage of test. Now, its simplest and quicker test laboratory method for measuring shear strength of cohesive soil has negative aspirations for does not require any reactions for applying latest principle. This test is used only because of cohesive soil Then you can see its simplest quick laboratory method for, for measuring shear strength of the soil, as apparatus does not require any provision for applying lateral pressure. This test is used only on cohesive soils and this is confined as we're talking. It's very useful for immediate tests. And on predominantly clay soils which are saturated or nearly saturated, this test is used as a measure of thus, the test is used to measure suitable strength or very suitable for field tests, which has an advantage over direct shear test because of more uniform stresses and strains. That's another advantage of unconfined compression test is that failure of surface tends to develop in weakest portion of soil. Unconfined compression test is limited to cohesive or semi-cohesive soils because cohesionless soil, such as dry sand, shall not stand up in supply to hormone cylinder. There are two stages of unconfined compression test and apparatus. Original apparatus was developed by Building Research Station. Alright, now what to do? I have to answer something to people. So, now this test use a measure of side strength, pseudo strength of. It's very suitable for field tests. यार हो गया ना, भेजे जाएंगे यार, मानते नहीं है. This test has an advantage over direct shear test because of uniform stresses and strains. Another advantage of more uniform stress and strain, other one which is unconfined compression test, is that failure surface tends to develop in weaker portion of soil. There are Two types of unconfined compression test apparatuses. Original apparatus was developed by Building Research Station, UK, although this apparatus is portable, quick and simple. Then now there are two types of unconfined compression tests in UK, although this apparatus is portable, quick and simple to use. It has certain inherent disadvantages. It's termed as spring type apparatus. There are many small parts in instrument which others do this. Oh, no. No. That is unconfined test. We are talking of unconfined, and this is that one. तो जार यार हो गया तुम्हारे साथ. Now it discusses of small load from the throwing ring to measure vertical stress. This is test. In this, there is upper fixed plate and calibrated spring. Middle moving plate, port splitting, lower moving plate. Description: unconfined apparatus, special spring type. Let's move like this. Description of unconfined apparatus. Unconfined apparatus, spring type. This is unconfined spring type. Sketch of spring type apparatus has been shown. That is this apparatus soil sample is loaded between two metallic end plates, in which lower plate is more than the upper one is fixed. Tests are normally done on undisturbed sample. Cylindrical sample of soil has a diameter of 38 mm with ends hollowed in form of cones. We have to describe this. Says that sketch is shown, has been shown. This apparatus soil sample is loaded between two metallic end plates, in which lower plate is movable but upper plate is fixed. Tests are normally done on undisturbed samples. Cylindrical sample of soil. I think I should let's see clearly. Actually, let us see first of all. You see sketch which is should be clear in I will speak. What is this? It's difficult sometimes to show you sketch. goes in the IFM, Upper plate, caliber and spring, calibrated spring, and you can see this is wing plate. In this is there is upper plate fixed one and lower plate moving one, and there is a calibrated spring and moving plate and force slacking, lower moving plate, lower fixed plate, soil sample, what do we call it? Now we finish something I actually go through. Let me say, this is unconfined apparatus. There is no horizontal confinement. This sketch of spring type apparatus has been shown. In this apparatus, soil sample is located between two metallic plates, in which lower plate is movable but upper plate is fixed. So tests are normally done on undisturbed samples. Cylindrical samples of soil has a diameter of 38 mm with ends hollowed in form of holes. So I say let me go and finish that job. So just keeping me held here. Let's go right here. Of course it is Sunday, but yeah, Sunday I'm going to go. So I'll just move out for minutes, not minutes, but seconds. Go there, come back. So let us say, okay, let's do it. So we can say now, we say this apparatus soil sample is loaded. Is loaded. क्या है यार, क्यों तंग करे जा रहे हो यार, इनको काम नहीं है सालों को यार. देख साले क्या बकवास भेज रहे हैं. Bloody fool, you are sending this sex film. Get lost. Hell with you. I'm closing, blocking this bloody hell. Sex film भेजते हो सालों बदतमीजों. Bloody hell, get lost. Bastards. पागल हो गई दुनिया यार. In this apparatus, soil sample is loaded between two mechanical plates in which lower plate is movable, but upper one is fixed. Tests are normally done on undisturbed sample. Cylindrical sample of soil has a diameter of 38 mm with ends hollowed in form of cones. Angle of cones is such that overall length of sample is 86 mm and length between apex of cone is 76 mm. Cones are formed at ends of sample by means of a special coning tool. Effect coning is to reduce tendency of sample to become barrel shaped by counteracting effect of friction. Between plates and soil. Load is applied through a calibrated spring by turning handles of screw jack at top of apparatus. As screw moves upper moving plate upwards, spring draws up middle and power moving plates, and sample is thus compressed between lower moving plates and lower fixed plates. Applied load shall be proportional to extension of spring. There are a number of springs having different stiffness for different types of soil. Load deformation characteristics of sample is recorded automatically by a pencil moving across a chart on vertical plane. Experiment is performed on spring type apparatus after placing soil sample in its position. Right type of spring is chosen and fitted into apparatus. Chart is placed on plate and pencil off. Automatic recorder is adjusted. Soil sample is loaded by turning handle at rate of half revolution per second until failure occurs. Simultaneously, load deformation traces on chart is drawn. This is a transparent mask made of plastic is supplied with apparatus on which there are series of curves indicating its value. Mask is superimposed on chart on which tracing has been drawn after performing experiment and reading values. Similarly, in spring, factor is also given which differs according to stiffness of spring. Multiply mask reading with spring factor for getting value of unconfined compressive strength of soil. Consider angle of internal friction having 0. Delta minus delta CO2 shall represent shear stress at failure, and this failure occurs on plane indicating at 45 degrees to plane on which maximum principal stress acts. If delta 3 is reduced to 0, shear stress failure will be delta 1 or 2. The shear stress of soil will be half compressive strength. Transparent mass is shown supplied with the apparatus on which there are series of curves indicating its value. Mass is superimposed on chart on which tracing has been drawn after performing experiment and read values. Similarly, in spring, factor is also given, which differs according to stiffness of spring. Multiply mass reading without the spring factor for getting value of uncompressive strength. Proving ring type unconfined compressive apparatus. Proving ring type unconfined compression apparatus. So we have seen this is a mask here. First of all, this is a monitoring mask, you can say. And then there's a proving ring type unconfined compression apparatus. Proving ring type unconfined compression apparatus consists of a rigid type unconfined compression apparatus consists of rigid frame. There is a loading device. There's a loading device in frame for applying axial load. Loading device may consist of a hydraulic jack. Loading device may consist of hydraulic jack or a gear system with rack and pinion arrangement. Rack and pinion arrangement. Mostly later system is used. Gears are rotated by means of handle. There are two plates, upper and lower. A proving ring is fixed for measurement of axial load which is being applied. There are arrangements for fixing dial gauge for measuring vertical compression of soil cylinder. This is that proving ring apparatus. Soil specimens are prepared in same way and capped in between two plates. Initial reading on dial gauge or proving ring should be noted first, and after that axial load can be applied. Vertical compression can be measured by another dial gauge. Reading should be taken approximately every 0.025 centimeter of vertical compression in initial stresses. Later on, readings can be taken less often, such as every 0.05 centimeter and later every 0.125 centimeter. Samples should be compressed till future failure has taken effect and proving ring dial gauge indicates a definite maximum load which drops rapidly further with further increase of strain in case of plastic failure. Sample should be compressed till failure has affected, and proving dial gauge indicates a definite maximum load which drops rapidly with further increase of strain. In case of plastic failure, maximum load is not indicated. Hence, in such a case, load corresponding to 20% strain is arbitrarily taken as failure load. Axial strain epsilon is found from epsilon is equal to change in length over LO is initial of specimen, and change in length is L delta L. LO is the initial of specimen, average cross sectional area. A is equal to A over 1 minus epsilon, where A is initial area. Shear stress is equal to compression stress divided by 2 equal to delta over 2A. Vane shear test. Vane shear test is one, and then there is another one, vane shear test, field limitation of vane shear test, and then it is thixotropy. Vane shear test. Vane shear test, right? Vane shear test is a quick test for finding shear strength of soil. Test can be done either in laboratory or in field. This test undrying shear strength of soil. This test gives undrying shear strength of soil when soil is very sensitive and it's difficult to take out undisturbed soil. Or if soil is very plastic and does not support a vertical cylinder suitable for triaxial or unconfined compression test. The shear strength is determined by this method. This test is very useful for finding in situ strength of highly sensitive clay. Shear vane normally consists of 4 steel plates welded to a steel top rod orthogonally in plane. In plan, vanes looks like a cruciform vane looks like cruciform. Oh, let's see. Vane looks like cruciform. There are 2 types of shear strain vanes, laboratory types and field types. Undisturbed soil sample is cut into size so that sample can be properly kept in plate form of vane shear stress. After that, vane is forced into soil sample. Vane is then rotated by means of a manually operated vane. After vane is undisturbed soil sample is cut into size so that Sample can be properly kept in plate form of vein shear tester. After that, vein is forced into soil sample. Vein is then rotated by means of a manually operated wheel. Wheel operates a worm gear and a worm wheel on central shaft. Lower end of central shaft turns upper end of calibrated torsion spring. The spring in its turn causes lower vein shaft to rotate. Vein shaft is connected to a respectable pointer. Pointer indicates number of degrees of rotation of spring on a graduated dial. Torque required is rotated at a uniform speed of 1 inch per minute. Vein shaft spring of, wheel operates a worm gear means of a manually operated wheel. Wheel operates a worm gear and a worm wheel on central shaft. Lower end of central shaft turns upper end of a calibrated torsion spring. The spring in its turn causes lower vein shaft to rotate. Vein shaft is connected to a resettable pointer. Pointer indicates number of degrees of rotation of the spring on a graduated dial. Torque is reduced. And torque rod is rotated at uniform rate of 1 inch per minute. Rotation of vein shear shears soil along a cylindrical surface. Torque is calculated by multiplying Alright, so torque rod is rotated at 1 inch per minute. Rotation of vein shears soil along a cylindrical surface. Torque is calculated by multiplying dial reading with spring constant. There are several springs in set, namely springs which apply torque of 2 kg, 3 kg centimeter, 4 kg centimeter, 5 kg centimeter for an angular movement of 180 degrees. Suitable spring. So we can say is calculations will do the calculations, no problem. You can do it any time. It's all integral application. Let's see sketch of this first. The sketch is important here. Calculations later on we can see. It's a vein shear test. Okay, this vein shear test now. Let's go to vein shear test in field. Vein shear test in field. Vein shear testing in field can be done in hole, which has been done by auger boring. Wash boring is rotary drilling. Vein is inserted in hole. Vein is inserted in hole. and extension rod are added to vein shaft until it reaches bottom of hole. Vein is then pushed into soil without twisting to a sufficient distance to place vein in soil undisturbed by boring operation. Vein rods are then twisted and measurement of torque is done. After similar. So we say value is over say after maximum torque is reached, then torque regarding becomes constant and stops. As progression continues. Method of maximum torque, vein rod is then twisted and measured, torque is done. After maximum torque is reached, after maximum torque is reached, the torque reading becomes constant or drops as rotation continues. Value of maximum torque is recorded, which gives undisturbed shell strength of soil. Clay can be remolded by turning vein rapidly through 12 or more revolution. Test is then agents tested, then again repeated, and maximum torque is recorded. This gives a molded shear strength of soil. Ratio of undisturbed shear strength to remolded shear strength gives value of sensitivity. यही काम है यार, और पता नहीं तो यही काम है, क्या करेंगे इनका। Now there are limitations of vein shear test. We'll take this equation later on. This is limitations of vein shear test. While collecting undisturbed sample, all precautions should be taken to avoid disturbing soil. Otherwise, vein shear test gives erroneous results. Similarly, if borehole is used for vein shear testing, it must be seen that the vein operations while connecting undisturbed sample, all precautions should be taken to avoid disturbing soil. Otherwise, vein shear test shall be given erroneous results. Similarly, if a borehole is used for vein shear testing, it must be seen that drilling operations have not caused disturbance of soil. Presence of stones or pebbles in soil near veins or interfering with surface of cylinder to be shear defects. Test result badly. So you can say stones presence will impact on that. Similarly, silts and sand layers will also affect results, and it is important that sufficient samples are taken for inspections provided. This is for now the sufficient samples are taken for inspection requests for interpretation and test materials shear strength in vertical direction and therefore should not necessarily check results of compression test on anisotropic soils in which failure occurs on oblique plane. Vein test measures underlying shear strength under existing stresses due to weight of overload. Let's say that this test measures shear strength at vertical direction and therefore should not necessarily check results of compression test on anisotropic soils in which failure occurs on oblique fill planes. This test measures shear strength in vertical direction. This one surveys the undrained strength, shear strength which existing on the existing successes. Now, sensitivity of soil, that's the question. Sensitivity of soil we have discussed. What is sensitivity of soil? A cohesive soil has certain structure. A cohesive soil has certain structure and certain shear strength in its natural stone. Then a cohesive soil has certain structure and certain shear strength in its natural state. When soil is disturbed, its structure gets changed and the orderly arrangements of molecules in absorbed layers get disturbed temporarily. This state of soil is known as remolded state. Remolded shear strength of a consider soil, I say water content, water content, water content equal to next to water content. As sensitivity or degree of sensitivity can be defined as ratio of shear strength in natural state to remolded shear strength under undried environment conditions. So degree of sensitivity ST is equal to undisturbed strength over remolded shear strength. Difference between undisturbed shear strength and remolded shear strength is known as remolding loss. Okay, then can say ST is equal to undisturbed strength or complete remolded shear strength. Unconfined compressive stress U is called unconfined compressive. Efficiently undisturbed shear strength and remolded shear strength is known as remolding loss. Remolding loss can be expressed as percentage of undisturbed shear strength. Now, let's say comparison of this means difference between undisturbed shear strength and remolded shear strength known as remolding loss. Remolding loss can be expressed as percentage of undisturbed shear strength. Sensitivity of clay varies from 1 for heavy pre-consolidated clays to value over 100 for quick clays. Classification of clays with respect to sensitivity is given in this table, and this is insensitive, that's less than 2. This is classification of sensitivity less than 2. This is medium sensitivity is 2 to 4. Sensitivity is 4 to 8. Extra sensitivity. So in sensitivity is less than 2, medium sensitivity is 2 to 4, sensitivity is 4 to 8, extra sensitivity is 9 to 8 to 16, and medium quick is 16 to 32, and quick is 132 to 30 to 64, extra quick is regular 64. The sensitivity table here. Normally, consolidated clays of medium plasticity have a sensitivity value of 2 to 8. Quick clays are higher flocculent marine clays which become very soft on remolding and lose their strength. Very much clays have dispersed structure undergo a smaller loss in strength on remolding compared to sharing reaction. So it says that normally consolidated clays of medium plasticity have a sensitivity of 2 to 8. Quick clays are highly flocculent. Marine clays become very soft on remolding and lose a shear strength. Very much clays have a depression or depressed structure underground under a smaller loss in strength on remolding compared to this having a flow length structure. It has been found that higher value of liquidity index of clay, higher is value of sensitivity for same clay. Sometimes sensitivity at different water delay, different water consistencies, different delay. Okay, if natural water content of clay is less than the liquid limit, it shall be less sensitive than what it got natural water is very near the liquid limit. It will be less sensitive than its natural water is very near to its liquid limit. Very sensitive clay. When we mold it changes almost into slurry. Thixotropy, let us say. Thixotropy. Before also we discussed thixotropy. Now again we discuss with just water, I drink. I'm getting now I think tired. We know that soil loses its shear strength in remolded state and loss is partly due to permanent destruction of structure and partly due to dearrangement of molecules in adsorbed layer. So if remolded state is allowed to rest without change in water content, then regains some strength over a period of time. This phenomenon of regaining of strength is termed as thixotropy. This regain of strength is due to rehabilitation of molecular structure of soil. The strength loss due to destruction of soil structure cannot be regained. Thus, thixotropy can be defined as property of soil that enables it to behave, become stiff in a relatively short time. Means distant loss due to destruction of soil structure cannot be regained. Thus, thixotropy can be defined as property of soil that enables it to become stiff in a relatively short time from standing, but upon agitation it changes to very soft. Purely thixotropic remolded clay regains its original strength prior to remolding after clay. A purely thixotropic remolded clay regains its original strength prior to remolding after a period of time, but partially thixotropic clay regains only a part of. Thixotropic. Okay, you understand. Purely thixotropic remolded clay regains its original strength prior to remolding after a period of time, but partially thixotropic clay regains only a part of original strength. Number of lesser clays are partially thixotropic. Pore pressure decreases with time. In case of thixotropic soils, decrease of pore pressure indicates a change in soil structure and causes an increase in shear strength. In terms of total stresses, thixotropic now change in strength of terms of effective stresses. Now, pore pressure decreases with time in case of thixotropic soil, decrease in pore pressure indicates a change in soil structure and hence causes an increase in shear strength. In terms of total stresses, change in strength in terms of effective structure is only little. Thixotropic agent raises pore pressure down this one. So, while driving a pile in thixotropic soil, particular care What is the problem is encountered, pile goes down safely under close initial stage of piling is discontinued for some time, then age again restarts. That's the fifth step. So now there are some curves, stress strain curves. We'll discuss this stress strain curve for sandy soils. We'll discuss now. Let me just scroll down here. My book has stopped. Stress strain curve for sand soils. It is sand soil. It is. This is here. Stress strain curve for sand soil. Stress strain curve of sand soils depends upon initial denseness, density of soil. Stress strain curve are dense and smooth sand have been shown. It's obvious from curve that denser sand has high initial tangent. Initial tangent has a modulus, its work, its peak stresses at comparatively low strain, peak stress and decrease rapidly with action. Okay. Stress strain curve I will discuss in this case, that is, the stress strain curve of sand soil depends upon initial density of soil. Stress strain curve for dense sand and loose sand has been shown. It's obvious from curve that denser sand has high initial tangent, modulus peak stress is comparatively low strain. Peak stress then decreases rapidly with increasing strain. It still is because it becomes a constant. Loose sand has slow rate of increase of stress with strain until ultimate stress is reached. Ultimate stress of dense sand, loose sand is almost same in dense sand. Peak stress defines shear strength, whereas in loose sand ultimate stress is taken as shear strength, whereas loose sand ultimate stress is taken as shear strength. In case of loose sand, as sometimes value of stress at others now. Critical density and critical, let's say, first of all, we say strain, axial strain. This is the stress strain curve for sand soil here. Axial strain over x-axis and then deviated scale delta stress. So this is loose sand sketch and this is dense sand. You see this sketch first. This is important here because we talked of this. This is loose sand and that is dense and axial strain of a gravitor stresses. Peak strain gets and loses ultimate strength. Critical density, critical density of and critical void ratio of sand. I will discuss this. Critical density and critical void ratio of sand. Relax or no, just a minute. Sand we are talking, soil we are talking, these are very, very important items here. And we should be very knowledgeable of this sand, clay. If we really want, if we really think that we move on knowledgeable subject so that our foundations are reliable. We just do not assume but see practical aspects of engineering. It's very boring subject, I know. During even reading books we try to sleep because mind does not receive it very well. But we are not leaving that what mind is interested or what we are interested in. In your job, maybe you are not happy with first activity. You want to do the second one, then third one, and then you fail. So, soil, very, very problematic actually, very problematic. I'll read this page because it doesn't matter time, it matters knowledge. Time is not that. Either today or some other time, it depends. If it is today, fine, some other time it's also fine. Because now we are going to discuss critical density and critical void ratio of sand and dilatancy. Then liquefaction of sand, then can say Mahar something. So let us take later on, I think it's better, right? Already let us see means what can we do in our construction. Let us see first of all. That's also a very important point. And one day you remember I was showing you some sketches, I like to show them again. I actually slipped from my mind. I was working on that. Let me see if we can do something like that. Wait a minute. Sketches are there. I'd like to show them here. Last time we did. I could not show you all sketches, and this is now. It's wall and ceiling lining timber. Then wall and ceiling lining timber, and then it is changing room lockers. And then it is, car park, which one I showed to you last time, I don't exactly remember. Which one I showed to you? Let me see where it was. I think something I showed to you, something not. Maybe I found out. Sorry, I'm not wasting your time, but I'm trying to find out what I showed or I have showed. Okay, let me show what I can show now. if I like this. Now here is this is a timber frame backing, and this is wall and ceiling lining, elevation on wall and this elevation on ceiling. This is for timber, you can say it is timber frame backing, RCC slab, and this wall is also shown there, timber frame backing, RC slab here, and this is timber frame backing. Let's say we'll leave on that. This is, I put a fan off. Fan does not allow me. Let me see this way, so that at least you will clear what I'm showing is. This is some timber lining here, just for your information. Only for information, not for, you may not work that, I know. This is a sketch like this. There's an elevation of timber lining on wall as well as ceiling shown here. A plain here, please, on that. Just a minute. I do a little inclined here so that it will be clear, and it's like this. You can see line work here, timber lining, and you can see this walls. You can see this also. And then we go to other one. I think I'll keep here, and this is another one. This is a changing room. There is a changing room which is generally used in swimming pool. It's a part of swimming pool layout, and how it's shown that this is cross section of changing room here also, that floor base and RC lintel is also shown, and door wall. That is typical details of changing room and lockers room, and also you can say a multiple of other doors. You can see this. You might have heard changing room where athletes of swimming pool or swimming pool users, they could change their dresses, their uniform, their clothes. These are those changing room, and this section of that. This is section of that. This is a lockers room. This is here. You can say, now go back to the other one. Then you can say multi-story car park. I showed you last time this. I think again it's there. This is how it works. If you see, there are two ways. This is a plan, typical plan of airport. Entry, exit both, and how these cars are parked on the floor. Entries to lift, and then and also then this is one, and this is it's a structure of car park, and then it's lining, it's ramp lining, how to manage ramp of this, and also this is access ramp. It's another one for that. Various detailings. I think we repeated this by chance, no problem. What can we do now? So this is written here. So I had already shown you 706, if I remember. So I'll show you only those which are not shown. I take it out. Also take it out and take it out. This should be crystal one, I show you crystal one. And I show you this one, I take it out as well. Let me show this, I think it's better. I'll keep them there, others I'll show you. Now here is a kind of school or layout, you can say. Just a layout shown is very straight. Just a layout with straight detailings. And it shows another sketch is a layout, detailed layout of school building or some other institute. Various buildings are shown by A, B, C, and also show ground coverage of this in integrated formation, and that is this line work of that. And here you can see further step of first floor, that is first floor. And this is another terrace roof layout, you can say, not first, this roof layout. And this is detailed sections of that, one of those sections. Foundations included. Another section here. And then another one with some more details, and this detail very important is also here. It is section with air gap and no air gap, and without air gap. These are details of ceiling, suspended ceiling. And this section, intervening sections. You can see the false ceiling here without air gap. Air gap. There's a specific ceilings for this purpose. and then you'll find a sketch where this section is shown as well as roofing details are shown. This was one typical. I take now other one. That is a power station. Scratching here. Standby power station I showed you before also. There's some mix up, so I am trying to show you again. This is layout of this building. This is one part of this, and there's another one. That is machine foundation, very important one. Machine foundation. You can see one is higher, one is lower. Lower one is compressor, higher one is alternator. Lower one is machine actually. One side is machine, one side is your alternator. This is called alternator foundation. Rafts for both are same. In this foundation, if you have noticed that, I'll show you again, there is one isolation required of impact isolation, vibration isolation, you can say vibration isolation. There's a mechanism here, this one, for vibration isolation. And which are their details, these are details here. This is fabrication of lamina. And these are foundations. Now, internal part of this building and radiator part outside. And then there's another one, shooting range called. So let's see this. Another part here. Top is this is for internal of building for entry procedures. And this outside building. This radiator foundation, radiator tank is in. I'll talk of floating range of shorings. I will just brief also on this better. Otherwise, you may not even know what I'm talking of. Actually, these are projects which I'm just showing a line work which I draw myself when I came back from these projects. These are real projects, it's not imaginative. But I was employed as a site agent on this project. Also, now this which I showed to you, this one building which was particularly explained to you about this. I'm getting some thirst also. Oh यार, why are you disturbing me भाई? मॉर्निंग एक कम्युनिटी का फालतू का फोन देख रहे हैं. हाँ इनसे what to say is they make people trouble. Come on, I'll explain something like that. Says means this work was done. Really, in reality, it was done. It's no joke that I'm showing to you. It's because of that, it's got done. Can say So these buildings were constructed and you know these were constructed and delivered to departments of other countries like Libya and like you can say Qatar, and of course others was, as I talked of, that school building, which I said a university, or you can something. This was big projects, I think, many classrooms, more than 16 laboratories and everything. I think about more than 300 columns in that ground level, and as having assembly hall, and you can say, which was 18 meters span, that assembly hall. Can you imagine? 18 meters span on that assembly hall we did. That assembly hall, which was named something like atrium, and you imagine we did that 18-meter RCC structure with beam size 1 meter depth and 30 centimeter thick width. Successfully done those days. People question this very much these days. How many meters beam? I have constructed that beam as a contractor. 18 meters span, located at about 8 meters height, and it was done in 1986. So this was 14 plus 20, 34, 35 years back. We did that. And also in that building there was 6,000 cubic meter RCC. We did in that, and it was completely in lime rock area, and all independent footings we had to do, generally except one or two combined footings. And it has a mosque, there is a guard structure, and we have other facilities areas. My mother was there. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about scale. This is 8 is all this, half year. Then in this school, there were many specific materials for laboratory, specific pipings, and just like it is air conditioned system, complete HVAC system. So, bearing of my pay. Then you go see there's another one, and that is this power station that I just showed to you. There were 4 generators in that building. Let me see, 4 generators in that building. 4 generators means power station building. That was like standby power station. Standby 2500 kVA each, and with, of course, it's accommodated in a building, shed building, this power station. And this building I showed to you on, and this, this foundations of generator. Each generator which I showed to you in this way. You can say, there it is. First was this one, as I show you again. This is, layout of building. each 4 we generated some. There's a building inside. You can say this is that. This is a these 2500 kVA here. This was massive block of concrete with complete isolation of vibrations of generator, not to be transferred to other parts of foundation structure like raft and also alternator. Both are divided. This was, can say, if I show you further details of this, it's very interesting that we carried out, as I said, this is that one, you can see this detail here. This is foundation and pockets are there for grouting and isolation is there, and you can see this is foundation details as well as this is your corner and others protection, soil protection detail. "25 meters approximately length and about 2.5 to I think about it's about 5 meters. 5 meters wide. 5 meters wide. How is that? And of course, you can start if we see. This was connections of corner are very different. So that type of structure was done in India, and there was not even a single nail available sometimes. Of course, and everything was done manually except we mixed all concrete ourselves on site. We did everything there, and then there's a shooting range, firing range you call it, 300-meter goal distance. That that I myself checked all details. These details were received from one company, Sachem, France at that time, SACM Sachem from France, and we got that design. We did everything ourselves. Here also contact and contractor both. Now of that, I did layout and did all fabrication of lamina lamina that was inserted between raft and machine foundation massive block. This was completely welded with located machine blocks. Then you go to other buildings and you find what is there and says firing range, which I did not show. I'll show you. This is from one building, which is control building of main hall, to 330. So I was talking of firing range is very very complex project actually. It means firing range means there are shooting positions and this is 300 meters long range. 300 meters and you can say 30 meters further. Then this is zero, So, sometimes when I think we are lost somewhere in that, I reach that project, the firing range, which is a long one, and I have to do a lot of work there in that project. Retaining walls on both sides, baffle walls used to call them, because here that project is here. You can see that. This is that project. Again, this is the plan of that project actually. Sorry, not plan. This is this is the plan of the project. You see this way. Continuation. There is another line, another line. It's like that. And this is bullet. You can say this is building. And here is, you can see with the continuation, you'll find that here, oops, that's bullet tab, and then you see this is details of that one, details of that one. Details of that chamber here. This is details of that chamber. That's called bullet trap. Bullet chamber. RCC complete. Accepts as soil fill, sand fill. Bullet trap chamber here. These subway passages. This was range of this is grade was 0.5%, and this baffle was 6 meter high, and your gantry is in between at those locations. This gantry is also shown here. You see these gantries. This is cross gantry. One is resting on this baffle wall and other is on the baffle wall, and these are not only resting, the cowls in RCC. RCC cowls are here. You can see this. Cowls. This is building. You can see also here, armored plate of that. Yes, armored plate of that. Armor plate, the connection here of that on that gantry. You can see the RCC foundation of this wall, and this is shooting hall, and also there is there is rifle sections to keep rifles there, drone section, air rifle sections. this was one building here, and I can see that I think there was one shed which was converted to a sports complex. There was one such complex, that I will show you. Many drawings of this actually. Without drawings, I'll show you that what was it, it was, this is a sports complex shown here. This is a complex here, this is a complex here. This is a conversion of a sports complex from existing building, and this was in that is we changed it to complex, sports complex, and here is a stadium. You can say you call it what do you call it? Call it grandstand. It's one called grandstand. Called stadium. यार ये मैसेज क्यों बंद कर रहे हैं अभी चीज़ बात है दिखाने नहीं देते कुछ यार बेटर यूज़ दिखा रहे थे दोस्तों ना पका रहे यार कुछ फायदा नहीं क्यों बनाते हो इसको मैसेज फालतू दे दो and you see plan of this seating plan. This is there's a seating plan here below of that grandstand. The section here for access seating one. और जा यार यहाँ से तुम्हारे को मैं देखता हूँ यही काम है तुम्हारा साफ कर रहा हूँ finishes. This is another trail which is typical one for that stadium, and in this is shown various details of internal of this building. That mat well is there, entry is there too. First floor internal offices are in RCC, while external is all sheeting, and then splash coat is given. Various types of miscellaneous details in this, which you can see here. Series starts here. Splash coat, boom. Likewise, and this is your that. Now go to the next foundation of this. How foundation of this is a foundation was built. It was already, it was modified actually. It's now foundation, RCC foundation, and also structural steel foundation. This is you can see that you can see this RCC column in this case, and structural steel column, both are there. Now I will show you this section of this, a through section of this. This is a balcony inside, and it's internal part of shed of the sports complex, and also various. This is 3 sections are here. You can see these 3 sections. I'll take you to, and I'll show you main part of this. That is main part of this, and that is, you can say main part of this which we did, which is have sports hall, gymnasium, and other sports hall, tennis, and there is many toilets in that one side, and a sports hall on other side, and gymnasium on other guys, and then chiller, etc. All are shown in that, so you can have a look at that. Better to understand that. You see that? I say I'm right. Yes, it's okay. And now another element of this component of this project is very important, and that is swimming pool. Swimming pool, which is, can say, sports facility is 25 meters by 13 meters. That is finished size, and 3.25 maximum and deep end, and 1.2 meters depth at minimum. This is swimming pool. Shelf size, total size is what I told you. In the balance tank at one end, underground lights and underwater No lights, pipe supply, and at floor level there are some sheds and in the room, and also some more facilities for this. And this full shelf is important, which you have to. The services of full shelf you can see again. These services of underwater, under shelf is a balance tank here, and this you can see again better layout of this. Here's another one which is same but open line work, that is what is section and what are connections that we have to give. It's more detailed, technical details, water bar connections, these water bars, in water bars, PVC water bars, which is means for hydraulic retaining structure, water retaining structure, this is used, and swimming pool is water retaining structure, and the structural plan and the structural section. Here, let's see that structural section, and this is important here, how to join this, how to weld this vertical and horizontal water bars. And then one more here is on this regard is that is section of balance tank here. And now, very important of all, this is isometric of this, which is very important one. This shows not only isometric of this also shows underwater lights fitted in wall, and as well as it shows your surface drains, specific item for swimming pool, and in which main line surface drains, corner points are connected are shown, as well as how these are fitted to RCC walls, and water supply and return, that's from tank, and all the issues are shown here. You can see corner, internal and main bars connected joints. You can see this work since 97. Can you believe it? Nobody would believe that actually. But this was done, This was done, this was drawn, and this is what you can say beauty. This is beauty of handwork, and I feel proud of this. And there's also one more thing I like to say here, or later I will show you. That's one more I will show you here. Various details are there. If I show you everything once, it will not give that value. So you think on this, and I will show you how it is done. There are underground water tank and so many. Still many more details are there. Not show to you. We'll take up later on. It's enough for today. And we are talking about ultimately quality. So quality is first criteria. There it is. So I keep it there. Just for your information, I should say, I'll tell you later. I put this fan off. So, my dear friends, I think maybe I was a little lazy due to some reason, but now we have seen so many drawings, hand drawings, not computer drawings, and I think around 90, maybe 92, 93, those drawings. You cannot imagine now that it was done in those days. But it was done. That was beauty time. And I have so many such more drawings I can show you later. Not now. Now it's something else to be shared. It's other time now, not this time, you can see. Time now. We have to talk something very important on here, and it's very important now. For example, we have to say, we have to have talk like subjects and others. Let me just hold a put of light, please. Just put light here, please. Light here, so that you can see put a battery also for half an hour, so that it's not overpowered. I tried to show you something about engineering, about soil, about organization. There's a question these days. For me, it's complete organization that's important, and as I said before also, that development means projects, and through projects you develop your nation or your state, or you can say this world. In civil engineering, there are so many subjects like all other engineerings. Our subjects are particularly those which directly apply, such as, theory of structure, or analytical subject, you can say. You may call it analytical engineering, if not simply Don't call them theory, because theory is theory of structures. In fact, this is theory of engineering. This is analysis of engineering, because structure itself is engineering. Main engineering is structure. And how to analyze a structure is very important, very significant. If once you understand the structure, how it behaves, how does it conduct, what's its natural behavior means, forget stresses, your mind, what does it say, how shall it behave. That's first requirement to understand. Forget beams and forget columns, consider just a small unit. Just like we say stool you have in your home, a small stool or a small table, very small table, and you stand on that, you don't fall. Even sometimes you stand on that in eccentric, eccentric stand. You stand eccentrically, you are still there. And sometimes even you stand a corner and you still safe, not collapse or overturn. That act teaches what is balance, what is avoiding overturning, how can we avoid overturning. So if your structure is safe, it doesn't fall, it doesn't overturn, that's what's required. It doesn't sink, it doesn't settle in all situations. That's called safe design. That's called safe structure. Structures analysis and structure synthesis, both are important. You may say, what is that synthesis? Yes, there is no term synthesis, but synthesis means monolithic behavior of a structure. Monolithic behavior of a structure is very important. Monolithic, we say in theory or in assumptions, but we know that it's not monolithic. Okay, it's not all monolithic, we know, but we consider it's monolithic. To some extent, we start from foundations and go through floors of structure and then to top. There are so many stages of concrete, and we cannot say that these are not to be cast. But whatever you do at the same time, as much as possible, it should be monolithic, at least that concession is given. Columns, because it takes time, it's difficult. We call them after slab. That time you also find very difficult. So, because that's practical, we cannot do otherwise. Engineering, civil construction is not in control of minds or yours. It's technology driven activity. It's technology driven profession. It's profession because it's very much advanced, and really it is advanced. It is advanced all over the world, and I don't know when shall we have this power to advance. Construction, as we say, if not correctly done, it is destruction. If it's not correctly done, it's not construction, it's destruction. Destruction of your material and destruction of your money. I have seen how it is done. It's controlled overseas. You have to learn that first. It's not available here. It's shown. It's not available here. How can it be done? That's the question now. About concrete, I tried before also to take some page. Let me see where it is now. If I can come out with that page in 1 minute. I'll be happy. Concrete specifications. Where is that? Felix Silver. Well, I think it's disappeared somewhere. Now I'll try to find out. Just a minute. Why not to find out? It's important, very important. I have to see that. It should be somewhere here. And I think it should be in European company. I remember. Europe, Philip, Qatar contractor, right? Should be here. And this is general contract conditions, QCS 2010-11, QCS 2010, QCS this, QCS that. Maybe in Europe course it is. And this is QCS, where is that? Qatar section 6, section 1. Section 6. That's gone. I'm surprised. Let's get our section 5 it is. The cars is see. Concrete building, concrete. Let's see, I'm looking to find that. Part 6 is available, section 1 general, section 6 part 2. When was that file? Oh, what I do? I think I'll open PDF and then I can find out. Let's see all this. Hold on please, just a minute. It is not a Saab Qatar section 5 concrete. So let me open this. I got it. Qatar section 5. Ultimately I got it. So I close that one. I close this. Close this. Yes, this is a specification of Qatar. Qatar is, please don't send messages there. I'm fed up with your messages. Why are you disturbing me? I don't know reason. Your good morning is not important. Your work is important. नींद नहीं आ रही क्या डियर फ्रेंड? तुम्हें क्या दिल की व्हाट्स प्रॉब्लम यार? नहीं आ रही मेरे को नींद. तुम्हें क्या होता है यार? व्हाट नॉनसेंस बोला यार. कुछ काम नहीं है उनको यार. क्या पागल लोग हैं देश में? यू थिंक दे आर पीपल मैड? मैड पीपल आई कैन से. नींद नहीं आ रही तुमको, उसको प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, नहीं मुझे नहीं आ रही है. ओके. घन चक्कर यार, कैसे लोग पैदा किए देश में. ये चलाएंगे देश. In this case, I just wanted to, where is that यार? दिख नहीं रहा मुझे. Actually, this is concrete specifications, and this is very important for me because I worked in Qatar for 6 years, not continuously, in patches. First time I worked in 1985 to 1989 or somewhere in 88, around this is 4 years continuously in one company called Alatia Contracting Company. It's a general contracting company, and then I worked there in Medmac for 1 year, and also that was 95, 96, and then after 2003 to 2004, or I think 2004 to 2005, that's also in one company which was running Qatar petroleum projects. So I worked there for 6 years I think that is, yes, it's 4 years and 5 No, I think 4 years in that company, 1 year in this, 5 years, and then after that Abu Dhabi, so it's different one. Now, this actually I wanted to tell you something about this liquid membrane curing, steam curing, and it's called mass concrete. Let's see mass concrete because uh, for women rather slagging ground, for our excessive rates of heating, steam curing, and this is liquid membrane curing, moisture retaining curing, curing on form surfaces. Let's talk something about curing. This is chapter of curing here. General requirement, water for curing. Curing. Let's say we start something in curing so that we can discuss that at some point. This is curing, and that is, this general about curing is given here, and this is, you can say, this is contractors shall ensure that curing is provided for 24 hours per day, including whole holidays, and that all related necessary plant and labor resources are also available. Clearly written 24 hours per day, including holidays, so you cannot run away from that. You have to do that. How can you run away? It's your job. Then, special attention shall be given to curing of vertical and upper hands surfaces to ensure satisfactory curing. Contractors shall adopt curing measures that preclude the possibility of thermal shock. Contractors shall adopt curing measures that preclude possibility of thermal shock to concrete during curing. This may be achieved by ensuring that temperature of water used for curing does not differ from that of concrete by more than 15 degrees Celsius. A big point to note here. I repeat, contractors shall adopt curing measures that preclude possibility of thermal shock. Thermal shock. Try to understand what's that. Thermal shock means shock by heat to concrete. Contractors shall adopt curing measures that preclude exclude possibility of thermal shocks to concrete during curing. This may be achieved by ensuring that temperature of water used for curing does not differ from that of concrete by more than 15 degrees Celsius. There should be difference of temperature below 15 degrees Celsius between water for curing that temperature and concrete temperature at that time. 15 degrees maximum, not more than that. Means you cannot say I am going to cure using chilled water or that. No, can't allow. May be achieved by assuring that temperature of water used for curing does not differ from that of concrete by more than 15 degrees Celsius. That's very important point for you to remember. Curing shall continue for at least 7 days and until it attains an in-place compressive strength of concrete at least 70% of specified compressive or flexural strength. Whichever period is longer, curing shall not stop unless otherwise approved by engineer. So 70% of strength, its characteristic strength is achieved until that time, or 7 days, or can say until it's approved by engineer to remove 70%. Though when low water cement ratio is used, concrete shall be preferably cured by water. Water for curing. Water used for curing purposes shall conform to requirement of part 4 of this section, and later we see that. The general requirement: freshly placed concrete shall be protected from sun, wind, rain, exposure, and excessive drying out. Freshly placed concrete shall be protected from sun, wind, rain, exposure, and excessively drying out. All concrete shall be cured for a period of time required. All concrete shall be cured for a period of time required to obtain full specified strength, but not less than 7 consecutive days. Method of curing shall be by water for first 7 days, and by water or membrane until concrete has reached full specified strength. So, water or membrane until concrete is full specified strength. Now, for mixtures with a low to zero bleeding rate, in case of aggressive, evaporative environment or both, curing shall start at early whatever time between placement and final finishing of concrete. Curing shall be reducing moisture loss from Curing shall be by reducing moisture loss from surface using fogging systems and use of evaporation reducers such as monomolecular water curing compound. It's interesting, just see, very interesting. It is very interesting, what I am saying is very, very interesting, and this is says for mixtures the low to zero bleeding rate, or in case of aggressively evaporative environment. It's battery value now, let me see. Okay, it's okay. For mixtures the low to zero bleeding rate, or in case of aggressively evaporative environments or both, curing shall start at early any time between placement and final finishing of concrete. Curing shall be by reducing moisture loss from surface using fogging system and use of evaporation reducers such as monomolecular water curing compound. Exposed surfaces shall be protected from air-blown contamination until 28 days after concrete is placed. Methods of curing shall ensure that sufficient moisture is present. Method of curing shall be ensured that sufficient moisture is present to complete hydration of cement. So we can say exposed surfaces shall be protected from air-blown contamination until 28 days after concrete is placed. Method of curing shall ensure that sufficient moisture is present to complete hydration of cement and shall be to approval of engineer. Method of curing shall not disfigure permanently exposed surfaces, affect bonding of subsequent coatings, increase temperature of concrete. Shall not do this, right? These are actually very important point which curing is required, and we should be very respectfully read all this. It's very important one. By chance I tried to just to because it's a question of quality of concrete, so curing itself is very big part of concrete quality. This question mark here for quality methods that we have to adopt, which we are not doing, unfortunately, and we are superficial in every point there. So exposed surfaces shall be protected from airborne contamination until 28 days after concrete is placed. Method of curing shall ensure that sufficient moisture is present to complete hydration of cement and shall be to approval of engineer. Method of curing shall not disfigure permanently exposed surfaces. So don't disfigure permanently exposed surfaces, and do not affect bonding of subsequent coatings, and do not increase temperature of concrete. During curing period, exposed concrete surfaces shall be protected from direct rays of sun. People do not understand this point, unfortunately. During curing period of exposed concrete surfaces shall be protected from direct rays of sun. When liquid membrane is used to cure concrete, it shall not be applied if bleeding water is present on surface of concrete. Bleeding water is present on surface of concrete, right? That's the important point here. And what is mantra? I don't know what these people want actually. I don't understand. What he wants. Hello? Hello? I'm not getting anything. Call ended. What to do? Calling and call ended. What can I do? The call is ended. Well, I continue just disturbing. Say during concrete curing period, exposed concrete surface shall be protected from direct sun rays, and when liquid membrane is used to cure concrete, it shall not be applied if bleeding water is present on surface of concrete. Applied film of liquid membrane shall be continuous and protected from rain and any damage for at least 14 days. We start talking of applied film, that's curing compound film. We are talking applied film of liquid membrane. Curing compound is liquid membrane. Applied film of liquid membrane shall be continuous and protected from rain and any damage for at least 14 days. So, curing of formed structures, formed surfaces. What do you mean by formed surfaces? Your formwork is there, right? Formed surfaces including underside of beams, girders, supported slabs, and like by moist curing with forms in place for full curing period or until forms are removed. Says formed surfaces including underside of beams, girders, supported slabs, and like by moist curing with forms in place for full curing period or until forms are removed. When forms are stripped, curing shall continue by whatever approved method. When liquid membrane curing is used, it shall be applied immediately after deshuttering. In such cases, concrete surfaces shall be prepared prior to application of membrane as recommended by manufacturer. Water curing is not required when liquid membrane is used. Okay, then say once again I read this very important point for all those who do not do this. I know people do not do this, but this is important. Very, very important this is. And meanwhile, I change my shirt. Just hold on, please, because I feel it is better than light duty shirt. Just a minute, please. Don't mind. Just a minute, please. Okay. Lighter strike pattern. That's a heavy one. That's the lighter one. Just another half an hour I think I will close. Well, no problem. Whatever time we have, I'll continue that one. It's something very much technical. The form surfaces, remember, where form was still in state, still on concrete. Form surfaces including underside of beams or soffits of beam, you can say, girders or supported slabs, and like by moist curing with forms in place for full curing period or until forms are removed, because temperature should be maintained. This water will not touch concrete, it will touch form, and it will keep temperature in surrounding of concrete within limits. That's sole purpose of this, because even your plywood cannot stop transfer of heat from concrete. Due to that, is required to keep that temperature minimum, so that that evaporation volume or that evaporation material fumes whatever are condensed back into concrete. When forms are stripped, curing shall continue by whatever approved method you adopt, and when liquid membrane curing is used, it shall be applied immediately after removing shutters. In such cases, concrete surface shall be prepared prior to application of membrane as recommended by membrane manufacturer or curing compound manufacturer. Water curing is not required when liquid membrane is used. Remember, curing of unformed surfaces, unformed where there is no form, where there is clear concrete on top of slab, you can say, which is not formed, is for that one stocking, or any pavement in the street that will stocking. Unformed surfaces shall be protected as soon as possible after concrete has been placed by polythene sheeting. Unformed surfaces means exposed, you can say, exposed to weather surfaces shall be protected as soon as possible after concrete has been placed by polythene sheeting. You have to cover surface of concrete by polythene sheeting. That's what I'm saying. Immediately, don't wait. Unformed surfaces shall be protected as soon as possible after concrete has been placed by polythene sheeting, covered by polythene sheeting immediately after work is over. There's no more foam work. Then you can say unformed surface shall be protected as soon as possible if concrete has been placed by polythene sheathing when sufficiently hard. When sufficiently hard what? Surface of concrete. When sufficiently hard, Haitian or other absorbent material shall be placed on concrete surface and kept wet for required period. Haitian shall be overlaid with a sheet of 1000 gauge polythene to assist in retention of water. Alternatively, a curing method put by engineer may be used. So the simple, immediately use polythene sheet to cover concrete when it's not set but planed and finish. Cover it, wait for 2 hours, 1 hour. When it starts setting and hardening, remove polythene immediately, put saturated Haitian on that and cover by polythene sheet 1000 gauge immediately and keep it wet until it's cured. That's what it says. So simple. We don't want to waste water also because people don't cover and water evaporates away. We want retention of the water. That's important. We have to be really little smart in understanding activities that require to be done. Once concrete is sufficiently hard, top exposed surface of walls, columns and beams shall be water cured and covered with wet Haitian for required curing period. When our concrete surface is securely hard, sufficiently hard, top exposed surfaces of walls, columns and beams shall be water cured. I will sign off this. Okay? I will sign off. Once concrete is sufficiently hard, you can say top exposed surface of walls, columns and beams shall be water cured and covered with wet Haitian for required curing period. Moist curing. I'm talking of moist curing now. Sorry, moist curing. Moist curing shall be performed by covering surface of concrete with water and keeping it continuously wet. Continuous use of fine fog water spray, covering surface with saturated absorptive cover and keeping it continuously wet. Burlap, cotton, mats and other absorbent materials can be used to hold water on horizontal or vertical surfaces. Wet straw or hay can be used for wet curing small areas, but that's danger that wind might displace it unless it's held down with screen wire, burlap or other means. Repeat, moist curing shall be performed by covering surface of concrete with water and keeping it continuously wet. Continuously wet use of fine fog water sprays. Covering surface with saturated absorptive cover and keep it continuously wet before Cover surface with a saturated absorptive cover and keeping it continuously wet. Burlap, cotton mats, and other absorbent materials can be used to hold water on horizontal or vertical surfaces. Wet straw or hay can be used for wet curing small areas, but there is a danger that wind may displace it unless it's held down with screen wire, burlap, or other means. Where method A is employed, bunds used shall not be made from fill fill from excavations or some other areas where there is possibility of chloride contamination. Moist retaining, moist retaining, it's called moist retaining cover curing. Moisture retaining cover curing. Concrete surfaces shall be covered with suitable absorptive covering. Says concrete surface shall be covered. It's relaxing. Covered with a suitable absorptive covering such as wet adhesion. Absorptive covering shall be overlaid with 1000 gauge polythene sheet. Cover shall be in widest practical width and shall have 100 mm side and end laps. Penetration or tear in covering shall be repaired with same material and waterproof tape. Liquid membrane curing. Liquid membrane curing, that's called curing compound in fact. Liquid membrane curing shall be in accordance with requirement of BS 7542 ASTM well C309 or C1315 when tested to rate of coverage used on job. ASTM C156 shall be used as a test method to evaluate water retention capability of liquid membrane forming compound. ASTM C151 provides an alternative laboratory test for the remaining efficiency of liquid membrane curing compound. So it's that now I can say that membrane forming curing compound shall be applied in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations immediately after whatever water sheen which may develop after finishing has disappeared from surface and within 2 hours of stripping formwork on formed surfaces. Membrane forming curing compounds shall be applied in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations immediately after the water sheen which may develop after finishing has disappeared from surface and within 2 hours of stripping formwork on formed surfaces. Membrane forming curing compounds shall not be used on surfaces against which additional concrete or other material is to be bonded unless membrane forming curing compounds shall not be used on surfaces against which additional concrete or other material is to be bonded unless it is proven that curing compound will not prevent bond or positive measures are taken to remove it completely from those areas which are to receive bonded application. On fair face concrete surface, on fair face you cannot use curing compound, you have to do water cure on fair face surface. Steam curing. Enclosure shall be formed around concrete using tarpaulin or other suitable means Application of steam shall not be commenced until at least 2 hours after final placement of concrete. Steam shall be applied in temperature between 65 and 80 degrees Celsius. Steam shall be supplied at temperature between 65 and 80 degrees Celsius. Excessive rate of heating and cooling shall be prevented. So what it says is excessive rates of the steam shall be applied at temperature of 65 and 80 degrees. Excessive rate of heating and cooling shall be prevented during steam curing, and temperature in enclosure shall not be allowed to increase or decrease by more than 22 degrees Celsius per hour. 22 degrees Celsius per hour. Just remember it. You cannot change more than this. This is frequency of change of temperature, and limit of temperature of steam is 65 degrees and 80 degrees Celsius. This is very important for you to understand, because steam curing means autoclaving. It's done where blocks are done. Precast factories uses this methods. So this is very important. Maximum steam temperature shall be maintained in enclosure until concrete has reached its specific strength. It's very important point. Steam curing means 60 to 65 to 80 degrees temperature, and it should be in covered area, closed area, enclosure, not in ordinary area. And you cannot give frequency more than 22 degrees rise of temperature or fall of temperature. If rise of is, let us say, temperature is 35 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, so you for 35, 22 plus 50, 57, and maximum steam temperature shall be maintained in enclosure until concrete has reached its specified strength. Pavements and other slabs on grounds. Pavements and other slabs on ground. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me put some water. There's only some time left. Not some water here. Here now, I think keep it here, no problem. So curing shall ensure that no plastic shrinkage, crack appear or occur, which can be done by protective measures such as sun shields, wind breaks, evaporation reducers, or fog spraying should be initiated immediately to reduce evaporation. Mats used for curing can either be left in place and kept saturated for completion of curing, or can be subsequently replaced by a liquid membrane forming curing compound, plastic sheeting, reinforced paper, straw, or water. Repeat. Curing shall ensure that no plastic shrinkage, crack, occur, which can be done by protective measures such as sun shields, wind breaks, evaporation reducers, or fog spraying should be initiated immediately to reduce evaporation. Mats used for curing can either be left in place or and kept saturated for completion of curing or can be subsequently replaced by a liquid membrane forming curing compound, plastic sheeting, reinforced paper, straw or water. Buildings, bridges and other structures. Additional curing shall be provided after removal of foams, after concrete has hardened and while foams are still in place on vertical and other foam surfaces. Foam ties may be loosened when damage to concrete will not occur and water applied to run down on side of foams to keep concrete wet. Care shall be taken to prevent thermal shock and cracks when using water that, that is significantly cooler than concrete surface. Curing water shall not be more than about 11 degrees Celsius cooler than pure concrete. Immediately following foam removal, surfaces shall be kept continuously wet by a water spray or water saturated fabric or until membrane forming curing compounds is applied. Mass concrete. Mass concrete. Mass concrete, is something very, very interesting. Mass concrete. Mass concrete. Mass concrete is often cured with water for mass concrete is often cured with water for additional cooling benefit in warm weather. However, this can be counterproductive when a temperature gradient between warmer interior and cooler surface generates stress in concrete. That's important, very important. Mass concrete, actually it's massive concrete, so written writing is small, but massive. It's high quantity, high volume concrete. It's called massive concrete is often cured with water for additional cooling effect, cooling benefit in warm weather. However, this can be counterproductive when temperature gradient between warmer interior and cooler surface generates stress in concrete. Generates stress in concrete. Horizontal or sloping unformed surfaces, of mass concrete can be maintained continuously wet by water spray, wet sand or water saturated fabrics. For vertical and other formed surfaces after concrete has hardened and forms are still in place, form ties may be loosened and water supplied to run down inside of form to keep concrete wet. Horizontal sloping unformed surfaces of mass concrete can be maintained continuously wet by water spraying, wet sand or water saturated fabrics. For vertical and unformed surfaces after concrete has hardened and forms are still in place, form ties may be loosened and water supplied to run down inside a form to keep concrete wet. Care shall be taken to prevent thermal shock and cracks when using weather. And then curing shall start. 1 minute. Cooler the concrete surface. Curing water shall not be more than about 11 degrees cooler than concrete. This is general now. I think 11 or 15. There are two relations. Curing shall start as soon as concrete has hardened sufficiently to prevent surface damage. For you can say what I should say for unreinforced massive section not containing ground granulated blast furnace slag or pozzolana, curing shall be continued for not less than 2 weeks. Where ground granulated blast furnace slag or pozzolana is included in concrete, the minimum time for curing shall be not less than 3 weeks. So, for unreinforced massive section not containing ground granulated blast furnace slag or pozzolana, curing shall be continued for not less than 2 weeks. Where ground granulated blast furnace slag or pozzolana is included in concrete, minimum time for curing shall be 3 weeks. For reinforced mass concrete, curing shall be continuous for a minimum of 7 days or until 70% of specified compressive strength is obtained. If strength is key concrete performance criteria for construction joint, curing shall be continued until resumption of concrete placement or until required curing period is complete. Curing shall not stop until favorable favorable differential temperature is attained and at approval of engineer. For mass concrete, thermocouples shall be used. Thermocouples shall be used to monitor temperature differential of concrete. Thermocouples shall be used. Thermocouples and its reinforcement. So reinforcement not important here for me. I'll talk about this. Just 5 time. Just open. It's not that. It's that. Yes, it was about curing. And now curing was fine, but it's okay. Curing we got it. I think that's in this, I think there was this is curing, so scope reference, submittals, quality assurance, curing, so the scope reference, submittal. So this we have gone through curing. Is okay. We have to see previous chapter, and that is form work. Form work is not important here. Holes to be filled and the repair of Well, I will talk in this about massive concrete operation. Massive concrete operation. We'll talk. I don't know which chapter it was. It's very important one. I missed that one. The problem is that I missed that one. Class of finish and materials. Class of finish and that is one more important item. Let me do that. So many finishes, not one. So I think I'm not finding that by chance, no problem. I'll discover it out where it is. Wait, I think it's that. That transportation placing of concrete. Yes, it's that. This is section 8. Section 8, this is yes, it's that. This is transportation and placing of concrete, and there's a general, there's a scope of work, references, submittals, transportations, general pumped concrete records, placing concrete, general preparation, placing compaction, continuity of concrete work. Then it is transportation in general, it is general, concrete plants, form work, hot weather concreting, and miscellaneous. And there are no conditions for this. So we can say submittals is okay, fine, that we will discuss. What I wanted to discuss is transportation. It's like that transportation, delivery and handling shall be in accordance with requirements of BS 8500. I'm just giving 2-3 lines because not much time left. Concrete shall be conveyed from a mixer to its place in works as rapidly as possible by methods which will prevent segregation or drying out and ensure that concrete is of required workability at point in time of placing. And should segregation occur in concrete, and material shall be remixed to satisfaction of engineer or discarded. Furthermore, cause of segregation shall be determined and further occurrences prevented. Contractor shall ensure that time between placing of different lifts or layers of concrete is short enough to prevent formation of cold joints. Alright, then so this was that in this constant and short time between placing of different lifts or layers of concrete short enough and to prevent formation of cold joints, contract shall ensure there is a backup plant that can be used in event of breakdown, and that adequate provision has been made for number of delivery trucks. Mm. Congress shall ensure that there is a backup plan that can be used in event of breakthrough or breakdown, and that adequate provision has been made for number of delivery trucks. Concrete shall be transported to site in an approved type of truck mixer or agitator truck, which, apart from cab and chassis, shall be painted white. I think I gone. It's gone. I think it's gone. Oh my God, I forgot that. Oh, forgot that.